Good morning. Back to in near Kilmallock, County Limerick. This is Facebook and YouTube Live, and you are watching our the live of the second round of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint 2025, hosted by the Limerick. As I said, we're in Martinstown, Kilmallock, County Limerick, and it's a dry, chilly but sunny morning. Everybody in good form. The cars are ready to go out. I believe practice run has already been completed. There are a few entrants in the field today that I'm going to share with you now. We have Shane Dillon in Class 8B in his Civic, Sean Moran in Class 9B in his Escort, Ronan Clohessy, Class 8B in his Honda Civic, Ailish O'Loughlin, Class 1A in her Ford Fiesta, Roland Doherty, Class 9B in an Opel Astra, Johnny O'Connor, Class 10 in a Ford Escort, Shane O'Connor, Class 8A in a Corolla, Joe Clifford, Class 2 in his Civic. Willie Barrett is coming out in Class 3 today in his Ford Fiesta. Unfortunately, the other car is giving engine trouble, so hopefully he'll have that sorted by the next event. Then we have David Furlong in Class 8B with his Mini Cooper, and he's double driving with his son Michael Furlong, who is our entrant in the junior class today, also in the Mini Cooper. So they're double driving. So we have the double drive, the first double drive of the season, and the first entrant in the junior class. Michael, and best of luck for you today. We are going to go to present you with the class sponsors, and I'm going to give you a rundown of what the classes are actually about. So we're going to just give me one moment here. So class 1J is the junior saloon class. That's the cars that Michael Furlong is entering today. It's the junior class, means it's drivers age 13 to 17 inclusive, and they can go out in production or modified saloon cars eligible for this class, which are the Fiat Cento Challenge as per the Hillclimb technical regulations 1B, and cars that comply with junior rallycross registrations, or regulations, I should say, junior mini challenge cars as per the Minich challenge regulations, and J1000 cars as per the J1000 regs. I don't think we have a sponsor for this class, actually. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It would be great if... The class is sponsored by Motorsport Ireland. Oh, it's sponsored by Motorsport Ireland, I'm told. So thank you very much. Zenon is off to get the show on the road on the course. So we're looking forward to the live footage from him today. So Class 1A is sponsored by David Byrne Auto Repairs. The website is dbyrneautorepairs, all in one word.com. And Class 1A is the Bantam Saloon class, and it's Class 5 production, modified production saloons up to 1400 cc and roadsters up to 1400 cc. Then we have Class 1B, which is sponsored by the late Simon McKinley. It's the Cento Challenge class, and he was the founding member of this class alongside people like Joe Courtney, Billy White, Zenon O'Connor was driving at the time. We had quite a few competitors in the Cento Challenge, too many to list now, but it's a great class to get started. You can enter in either a Fiat Cinquecento or a Seicento as per the technical regulations published on the Motorsport Ireland website. From what I remember from the class, the car has to be completely roadworthy and no cheating. So unfortunately, in these two rounds, round 1 and round 2, we are not having any Cinquecento. So Johnny Murray, we're waiting for you to come out and with your Cinquecento. At the moment, we're only having Seicentos entered in the class. I'll get to that later. Kiva White won the class yesterday. I give you a rundown of the class results when I'm done with this. So next class is class 2, sponsored by DG Autos. The website is dgautos.ie. Class 2 is the 1600 saloon class. Class 4 production and modified production saloons and roadsters between 1401 and 1650 cc. Sponsored by DG Autos. The next one would be Class 3A, sponsored by Barrett Trailers. That's Willie Barrett's business. Like I said, he's out in his Fiesta today. Best of luck, Willie, with the Fiesta. The Class 3A is the Super Saloon class, and it's Class 3 production and modified production saloons and roadsters between 1651 and 2100 cc. Front engine sports cars up to 1650 cc car-derived engines, and front engine sports cars up to 1200 cc motorbike-derived engines. Silhouette cars up to 1650 cc and space-framed saloons up to 1600 and space frame saloons up to 1650 cc. That's Class 3A for you. Then we have Class 3B, sponsored by Dirk Yacht Center, Rory and Paula Stevens' business. We don't have a website for them, but I'm sure if you Google it, you'll find out everything about their sailing business on Loch Dirk. Class 3B is the ultimate saloon class. So it's PF Class 2 production and modified production saloons and roadsters over 2100 cc. Silhouette cars silhouette cars from 1651 to 2100 cc and space framed saloons over 1650 cc. Front engine sports cars with bike derived engines over 1200 cc. Front engine sports cars with car derived engines between 1651 and 2100 cc, as well as four wheel drive production saloons and modified saloon cars. Class 3C is sponsored by the Galway Mini Centre, Ray Cunningham's business, who is also an entrant in the two rounds this weekend in his red Mini. The website is galwayminicentre.com, and Class 3C is the sports car class. So Class 1 silhouette cars over 2100 cc and rear engined sports cars up to 2100 cc. Front engine sports cars with car derived engines over 2100 cc and alloy and composite saloons unlimited. So that's an interesting cars to enter in. Sorry, I skipped ahead there. So that was the Galway Mini Centre Class 3C. Class 4 then, sponsored by CBI Freight. Mick O'Shea's previous business, I believe. I think he has retired. Mick, correct me if I'm wrong. So the website is cbifreight.co.uk. And Class 4 is the Historics class. So that would be classic cars as per the HRCA regulations, reference the Motorsport Ireland Appendix 49 and FIA Appendix K. Compliance documents are required. It's a very, very interesting class. We sometimes have entrants from the early 20th century up to the 70s, 80s. Brilliant class and beautiful cars, and hopefully we'll have a good number of entrants for this class. Class 1J then, that's the junior class I referenced earlier, sponsored by Motorsport Ireland. The website is motorsportireland.com. The website has been refurbished, so have a look in there. There's a lot of information at the moment. You can also leave condolences for the late Eddie Jordan, an icon of Irish motorsport. So have a look at the page. Obviously, after you finish watching the stream. Class 5 then is DPF Clinic. That's Ben O'Brien's business, who's out in the Jod Engine Ghoul today again. I was talking to him earlier. He said it was very, very challenging yesterday in the wet, and he's really looking forward to getting the car out on the dry. So we're looking forward to seeing him in action in the Ghoul. Beautiful car, and best of luck to Ben. Getting to know the car and collecting further points. So class 5 is the Formula Ford V class, Formula Ford 1600 class Formula as per current or previous Ford Motorsport regulations. Formula V as per current or previous Formula V regulations, Appendix 45. It's permitted to the current Avon tires in lieu of Dunlop tires specified in previous regulations. So there you go now. Next, we have Class 6, sponsored by Cottage Kitchens. The website is cottagekitchens.ie. Class 6 is the super single-seater class. Single-seaters up to 2,100 cc, having only 2 valves per cylinder, and single-seaters up to 650 cc, having more than 2 valves per cylinder. So these kind of cars can enter in Class 6. Class 7 then, I'm skipping Class 7. Class 7 is sponsored by Bell Homes. The website is bellhomes.ie. Class 7 is the Libra class, single-seaters over 2,100 cc, having only 2 valves per cylinder, single-seaters over 1,650 cc, having more than 2 valves per cylinder, rear engine sports cars up to 2,100 cc, four-wheel drive cars to cover any four-wheel drive vehicle that is not rally production or modified production saloon. So that's Class 7. Class 8A then is the 1,650cc 8.5 rally car class, sponsored by 4K Roofing Supplies. They supply slates, tiles, and accessories. You can reach them under the number on the screen, 083 094 8440. The class is 1,600cc 8.5 rally cars, PF cars, 2-wheel drive rally cars up to 1,650cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. Great class. Then we have Class 8B, sponsored by Brian Kerwin, Auto Developments in Adamstown. You see the number you can reach Brian under. Maybe not today, he might be busy, as he's entered as well, and so is his wife Elaine. Thanks again for that. So the number is 087-299-1460, and that's Class 8B, 1,650cc 16-valve rally cars, 2-wheel drive rally cars up to 1,650cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. Class 8B. And then we have Class 9A. Is sponsored by UMG Carpentry and Construction in Sligo. The number is 086-384-6973. Class 9A is 2,100cc 8-valve rally cars, 2-wheel drive rally cars from 1,651cc to 2,100cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. That's Class 9A. Class 9B then is sponsored by the Hillclimb Commission. Class 9B is 2,100cc 16-valve rally cars, 2-wheel drive rally cars from 1,651cc to 2,100cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. Class 10 then, also sponsored by the Hillclimb Commission. I'm guessing that these cars are still looking for sponsors. So if you would like to sponsor Class 9B or 10, please get in touch with the Commission, and I'm sure they'll be happy to facilitate you. Class 10 is the unlimited rally class, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive rally cars over 2,100cc. These classes must apply to all championship events. The organizing clubs may include extra classes on amalgamated classes subject to the approval of the Hillclimb Sprint Commission. Rally cars must run rally ready to include tires, seats, etc. So unlike most Hillclimb cars, you will have to have 2 seats in the car as if you were entering a rally, but you're not allowed to bring the co-driver. That would be cheating, I suppose. So I'd like to give you the rundown of now that we know what the classes are about, I'd like to give you the rundown of the results as per the final results sheets yesterday per class. The overall top 3 were Billy White in his Formula 12:05. That was rev 1. Interesting. Good to know. So, congratulations, Billy, on your first fastest time of the day yesterday, followed by and given a hard time by Brian Cohen, I believe, in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive. He was only 1 second and 600th of a second slower than Billy, so his fastest time was 1:13.7. And he was battled up the hill by Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic, whose fastest time was 1:14.1. So that was even tighter, the difference between those two. Great battle in the top of the field. So we're looking forward to more of that today. So I give you a rundown of the classes now. Please be aware that obviously the top 3 are not listed in the rest of the field because they were top 3. So just for you to keep that in mind, obviously Billy scored championship points in his class, but he won't be listed in class 7 as he's listed at the top under the overall top 3. So class 1A, like I said before, that's the Bantam Saloon class. We had the winner of the class was Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper S. His fastest time was 1:21. Second in class was Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet. Her fastest time was 1:31, so just 10 seconds behind Ray Cunningham. And then we have Jack Mannion in his Starlet R5. His fastest time was 1:36.3, so 5 seconds between the second and the third in class 1A. Class 1B, the Cento class, was won by Kiva White yesterday. Congratulations, Kiva. Great battle during the day. Her fastest time was 1:33.9, followed by Ethan Mukahi in his Seicento 1:34.8, and Robert Cummings in his Seicento 1:36.5. And as you can see, there's only there's less than 3 seconds between the top 3. So you see how tight the competition is in this class. It's always a very entertaining class to watch because the cars are so alike, and it's great to watch them battle up the hill during the day. Class 2 then, the 1600 Saloon class, was won by Michael Tumulty yesterday in his Peugeot 106 GTI. His fastest time was 1:23.2. He was followed by Patrick Higgins in his Honda Civic. His fastest time scored in run 1, by the way, was 1:26.8. And then we have Christopher Snow Sr. in his Civic, 1:27 flat. So that was class 2, the 1600 Saloon class. Class 3A then, the Super Saloon class, won by Damien Walsh in his Wildcat. 1:16.5 was his fastest time, followed by Tommy Gardner in his Civic, 1:19.04, and Patrick O'Malley in his Civic, 1:26 flat. So that leads us on to class 3B. 3B seems to have had only one entrant in the championship. That was won by Michael O'Connor in his Mitsubishi Evo 8. His fastest time was 1:18.6. His times got better all the time during the day. bar run 5, unfortunately, but I think the conditions changed then. But he won his class. Rory Stevens then, class 3C in the sports car class. Unfortunately, he is the only entrant in this class, so there's not much competition there. But fair play, Rory, for winning the class. His best time was 124.9. Class 4 then, the historics. We had 4 entrants yesterday, actually. So, like I said, it's a great class to take part in. I just saw that Seamus Anderson actually entered the Anglia in class 8A, which is the rally car class. I think he does enter the car in rallies as well. So that's probably why it was entered in that class rather than the historics. But in the historics yesterday, we had we have 4 people entering the championship, and that's between John Hackett, who won in his Mini Marcos. His fastest time was 129.8, followed by Thomas Slattery in the Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, 132 flat, followed by Michael Walsh in his Mini. I hope the Mini will be okay. 135.1. I don't think Michael is coming out today. I'm not sure, though. He might be coming out. They might have worked on the car overnight. And then we have Mick O'Shea in the MGB GT. His fastest time was 138.3. Enda Byrne then won class 5 in his Shane Formula V. His fastest time was 127.3. Class 5 is the Formula Ford V class, Formula Ford 1600 class. And class 6 then was won by Siobhan McCann in her Ray. Her fastest time was 119.5. Class 6 is the super single-seater class. Then we come on to class 7, the Libre class, single-seater class, and it was won by Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus. His fastest time was 119.2. And then we have Ben O'Brien in the Gould. His fastest time yesterday was 126.2. More to come today. Like I said, the conditions definitely look better for them today. Class 8A then, the 1650cc 8-valve rally car class was won by Kieran Burke in his Escort Mark II. His fastest time was 122.4, followed by Seamus Anderson in the beautiful Anglia 105E, 125.4. And then we have Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo 129.4. Class 8B then, the 1650cc 16-valve rally cars, was won by David Murray in his Starlet. His fastest time was 125.5, followed by Alton McGowan in the Honda Civic 125.7, so only 200ths between them. And then we have Donald O'Sullivan in his Civic EK4, 130.8. Class 9B then, the 2100cc 16-valve rally car class was won by Paul Purtle in his Escort. His fastest time was 115.7, followed by Aidan Walsh in his blue Ford Escort Mark II 123.5, and then we have Gary Bradley in his Civic 126.7. And the class result sheet is then complete with class 10. The class 10 is the ultimate rally car class, unlimited rally class, won by Ed Sinan yesterday in his Escort 116.5, Declan Gannon in his Fiesta R5 117.3. Then we have Seamus Morris in third in his Darien GTR 123.1, and Andy Lyons in his Mitsubishi Evo 125.1. So you might be wondering why we have Escorts in different classes and also Mitsubishi Evos in different classes, but that's due to the fact that they have different engines in them, which then means they are entering in different classes. I'm going to have a look whether by pure chance we have results yet for run 1 today. I'm just going to refresh the results sheet here. We do. So the first half of the run 1, and I can already see that times are better than yesterday. The fastest time of the day yesterday, and I'm just going to change over to this screen. So the fastest time of the day yesterday was done by Billy White, 1:12.1. It was rounded up to. So, and today already Brian Kerwin is beating that time in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive with 1:10.15. So this will give you this gives you an impression of what a difference a day makes, and a dry road indeed. So so with Brian Kerwin leading the sheet at the moment, followed by Damien Walsh in his Wildcat, 110.84. Then we have Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic, 112.45. Michael O'Connor in his Evo 8, 113.27. Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper S, 115.08. Rory Stevens in his Escort Mark 1, 115.13. Michael Tumulty then his Peugeot 106 GTI, 119.35. Chris Snow Senior in his Civic, 122.22. Patrick Milet in his Saxo, 122.40. Cost 4.1. Elaine Kerwin in his Scarlet, 125.95. Donald O'Sullivan in his Civic EK4, 168. Tom Slattery in his Lotus 126.73. Kiva White in her Fiat Seicento, leading the Cento class at 0.72. Then we have Joe Clifford in his Civic, 129.91. Robert Cummings in the Seicento, 130.25. Jack Mannion in his Starlet R5, 131.37. Ethan McCahey in his Seicento, 133.88. David Furlong in the Cooper, 134.81. And Ailish O'Loughlin in her Ford Fiesta, 138.68. So that's the times of run 1 that we have so far. Like I said, Brian Kerwin is currently leading the pack with 110.15. So we'll see what happens as soon as the single seaters get out. Billy White has told us that he only brought wet tires, so he might be having a disadvantage there today. So we're going to have to wait and see how it pans out for him and the others during the day. What I'm going to do now is I will give you an impression of what happened yesterday after the prize given. We weren't able to edit a rundown of the prize giving, but I gave you the rundown of the class results as they were, as they walked up and got their beautiful trophies yesterday. But what I will show you is something else that happened yesterday. I'm just going to have to load it up. While I'm doing that, I am going to show you the championship final standings as they were at the end of last season, 2024, of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. I suppose as we're mentioning all the sponsors, I should also mention the main sponsor of the whole championship, which is Alekto, and they replace effort with intellect. The website is alekto.ie, so it's alekto.ie, and I can only recommend you have a look at this business. Yeah, and I give you a rundown of the results of last season. Starts with a very sunny shot, I believe, in Wexford. I'm not sure. We have to check where these pictures or these clips were taken, and then we wait for live footage from Sen as he makes his way up to his next location, and hopefully we'll have some of that for you really soon. Thanks a lot for watching on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. We will also share the stream to the Limerick Motor Club Facebook page, as well as Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship Facebook page. And we'd love to hear from you. Give us comments. Tell us whom you're cheering for today. Are you having bets at home? Who's going to win Cento class, or who's going to be the top 3 today? Please let us know. Give us feedback. Tell us what you want to know or don't want to hear about anymore. We'd really appreciate your feedback as we are venturing on this extended broadcast that we do now. And I'm going to give more footage now this season. Thanks for watching. There seems to be a setup issue with Senan at the moment. So I will show you what happened yesterday after the prize giving. You might find that a little bit entertaining while we wait for Senan to set up.
No, he's a red one. 2 litre one. You might never go now when you go. Look at Billy. Come on, Billy. Go on.
Number 2 is a winner. Number 5 is second. Number 1 is third.
Champion of the world.
Number 3. Poor Sean there. Poor Sean.
I came last.
A big one.
You were raging.
Who's
Black car, I knew it. I know I've had a whole of mine.
Let mine go first, right? Let mine go first.
He's going to throw it.
Hold on to Daddy's. I got the counter.
No, straight line. There's a conflict of interest there, I think,
Why?
with the mother and daughter.
He's no better. He's no better.
That's your fuck's sake. No. Ah, look. Wait now. Mommy and Daddy, who's holding your car?
Number 3 has to go back. You give it your dad.
We won't even roll it and we look after the rest. On your map. Get set. Go. Number 6, number 7, number 1. Second. Number 3. Number 6. Number 3.
So that will give you a bit of an impression of what we're up to after the prize giving. So what we're going to do now is go back to the archive footage of last season, because I believe there is an interruption on the hill, so it doesn't make sense to switch over to Senan for now. But we'll do that as soon as possible, and until then, I'm going to give you some more of the footage of last season. Thanks for watching. just noticed that we have more times of the first run of the round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship. So I'm going to give you a rundown of the result sheet as it is right now. Meanwhile, I'm keeping an eye on Senna's footage. As soon as we have live coverage, obviously, I'll switch over to him. So Billy White has been out in his Renault Roger and he beat yesterday's time and Brian Kerwin's time. He's currently leading the result sheet with 108.10, followed by Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 110.15. Then we have Ed Sinnen, Ford Escort, 110.25. Paul Purtell in his Escort, 110.56. Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus, 110.62. Damien Walsh in the Wildcat, 110.84. Johnny O'Connor then in the Ford Escort, 111.49. Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic, 112.45. Michael O'Connor in his Evo 8, 113.27. Declan Gannon in the Fiesta R5, 113.42. Tommy Gardner then in the Civic SIR, 113.75. Ray Cunningham, Mini Cooper S, 115.08. Rory Stevens in the RSR Escort Mark 1, 115.13. Johnny Mahan is out today in his DJ, 115.60. The car was giving him trouble yesterday, but thankfully he got it fixed overnight, so he's out. Welcome back, Johnny, and good time, 115.60. Sean Moran then in his Escort, 117.02. Seamus Morris in the Darien GTR, 118.02. Then we have Kieran Burke in his Escort Mark II, 118.02 as well, same time as Seamus Morris at the moment. Eddie Lyons in his Mitsubishi Evo, then 118.44. Aidan Walsh in his Escort Mark II, 119.07. Shane Dillon in the Civic after him, 119.22. Then we have Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI, 119.35. Ronan Clohessy in his Civic, 119.77. Seamus Anderson in the Anglia, 120.27. Chris Snow Sr. in his Civic, 122.22. Roland Doherty in his Astra, 122.31. Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo, 122.45. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, 124.91. Elaine Cohen in her Starlet, 125.95. Donald O'Sullivan in his Civic EK4, 126.68. Tom Slattery in his Lotus Cortina, 126.73. Shane O'Connor in the Corolla, 126.79. Willie Barrett in the Fiesta, 127.86. Kiva White in her Seicento, 129.72. Joe Clifford in his Civic, 129.91. Robert Cummings then in the Seicento, 130.25. Jack Mannion in the Starlet R5, 131.37. Michael Furlong in the Cooper, 132.48. Quicker than his father, I should say. Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento, 133.88. Then we have David Furlong in the Cooper, 134.81. And Ailish O'Loughlin in her Fiesta, 138.68. There's still no live action from the hill, I'm afraid, so I'm going to continue showing you the footage of last year's games, and hopefully soon we'll bring you some live action of round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Championship 2025, hosted by the Limerick. So this is the live footage from the hill, as you can see now. Hopefully soon we'll have cars coming up. I think the next car in line should be Ben O'Brien's Judd-engined Gould. So let's see what Senan has in store for us.
Thanks for joining me here at the hill. We're at a location just near the finish line, exciting one, beside a railway bridge. So we've actually got a good gang of spectators able to enjoy this one. And yeah, the bike marshal has gone down, so I'm expecting a car to come up anytime soon. And that'll be the first of our live streamed action to you there, I think. We're just getting started and had a drop in signal and then a drop in the feed of cars. I do hear something on the way now. That's an exciting start to our live coverage today. Ben O'Brien blowing our ears off. I do think there's maybe even just Ben was down there, so there could be another interruption, but we'll stay live here from the course for another few moments just to see are there any more cars to come up. There could be a saloon or something, and but if not, we might have to go back to the studio. But stay with me there until we see the motorbike. No, the motorbike marshal is going up, so I don't know if Sarah wants to give us some news over to her. Otherwise, I'll yeah, in the back I can show you in the background the cars heading back, and we'll get an idea of what's coming up next.
Yeah, thanks, Senan. Great to see Ben going up the hill there, and yeah, he did ears off as well. So a good start for our broadcast today, indeed. I'm going to keep here to see has his time come in. So just bear with me 1 second. I do think the sheet is complete with all the drivers, so I think we'll have 41 entrants again, same as yesterday. Someone was asking, including Ben O'Brien, it should be 41 entrants, but maybe someone else will come out during the day. There we have the cars coming down the hill. I believe they are going to the start line. I'm refreshing the result sheet to see have we Ben's time, and then I give you another rundown of the overall times. Yes, we have the time in. So Ben O'Brien is just behind Billy White. Billy White still fastest of the day so far, 108.10. And then we have Ben O'Brien in the Judd Engine Gould 108.55. So there's only 44 hundredths of a second between the two. That is going to be a very exciting challenge today. We'll see who'll come out at the top in the end, and then they're followed obviously by the saloon cars chasing each other as well. Currently led by Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive 110.15, followed by Ed Sinnen in the Escort 110.25, and then we have Paul Purtell 10.56. In sixth, we currently have Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus 110.62, followed by Damien Walsh in the Wildcat. I'm going to leave the footage running on the left of Sennen just in case the cars start coming up the hill. So, but I continue to go down the result sheet. So in eighth, we have Johnny O'Connor in his Escort 111.49. Then we have Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic 112.45. Then Michael O'Connor in his Mitsubishi Evo 8 113.27. Declan Gannon then in 11 in the Ford Fiesta R5 113.42. Tommy Gardner in the Civic 113.75. Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper S 115.08. Rory Stevens in the Escort Mark 1 115.13. After him we have Johnny Mahan in the DJ 115.60. Sean Moran in the Escort 117.02. Seamus Morris in the Darien GTR 118.02. Kieran Burke in the Escort Mark II 118.02 as well. Eddie Lyons in the Mitsubishi Evo 118.44. Aidan Walsh in the Escort Mark II 119.07. Shane Dillon then in the Honda Civic 119.22. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI 119.35. Enda Byrne in the Shane Formula V 119.46. Ronan Clahessy in the Civic 119.77. Seamus Anderson in the Anglia 120.27. Chris Snow Sr. in the Civic 122.22. Roland Doherty in the Astra 122.31. Patrick Milet in the Saxo 122.45. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos 124.91. Elaine Cohen in her Starlet 125.95. Donald O'Sullivan in the Civic EK4 126.68. Thomas Slattery in the Lotus Cortina Mark 1 126.73. Shane O'Connor in the Corolla 126.79. Willie Barrett in the Fiesta 127.86. Kiva White in her Seicento 129.72. Joe Clifford in the Civic 129.91. Robert Cummings in the Seicento 130.25. Jack Mannion in a Starlet R5 131.37. Michael Furlong in the Cooper 132.48. Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento 133.88. David Furlong in the Cooper 134.81. And Ailish O'Loughlin in the Fiesta 138.68. Back to you, Senan. Do you want to maybe tell us about the conditions on the hill? I see there's quite a few spectators around. That's a good sign, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for handing over. Yeah, I think we're just underway now with this run, and there's a great gang of spectators. Brilliant vantage point here on the left-hand side of the road. Good high spot, and there's been quite a bit of action here already this weekend. We hear the stories, and yeah, we're just waiting for the rest of the field to come on up to us. Yeah, I think I can hear a car on the course there now. We probably have an interruption lower down on the course at the moment, so we don't actually see flags up here, but hopefully that'll be resolved fairly soon. Do you want to continue your news there, Sarah?
Don't have much news here in the studio, I'm afraid. Let me see what I could share with you. One thing that people might be interested in is what the course actually looks like. Just bear with me 1 second there. Just waiting for the picture to upload for me. It's a very interesting course. It has fast bits. It has twisty, narrow bits. So I think the drivers like it, and I'm going to show you now what the course looks like while we wait for some more action from the hill. So here you see the course now. I will try to find where Seinen is on this map, but I might not be able to. Yeah, I'm actually not sure where he's positioned, but here you can see the the start line at the bottom right of the screen, and you see the twisty bits there kind of halfway up to the 90 left, then on the top right of the screen, and then there's I believe after the 90 right, there's a bit more open, wide road up to the finish line, which might be part. I think the second part might be what we're looking at, or just before the 90 left is what we're looking at, where Sennen is situated. We haven't got any news whether there has been an interruption or a red flag. Meanwhile, I'll have a look whether we have any times from run 2 yet, as we have had a few cars go up the hill. We saw Kiva White there earlier, but the result sheet hasn't been updated just yet. Maybe, Senan, you can tell us a bit more about the conditions, and could you maybe find the position you're at on the map that I have on screen there at the moment for our viewers? So Senan just confirmed he's at the red arrow just before the finish line. So during the day, he's going to make his way further down the hill to give you some more positions and views of the track. So it's the red arrow just before the finish, where you see this twisty bit before the finish line in the middle of the screen, and he's going to make his way down then along the course to give you some more action from the hill as the day goes on. We're in the first half of run 2 of round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, presented hosted by the Limerick Motor Club in Martinstown, Kilmallock, County Limerick. The base of the hill climb is actually a GAA club. They kindly gave us their grounds to set up our paddock in, and we're very, very well looked after. They organized a cook for the marshals and competitors here at the paddock, if people wanted to stay here, or then later on at the prize giving. The prize giving this evening will actually take place in the paddock after the event is finished. And yesterday the prize giving was hosted in Bulgaden Castle. We had very good food there. I can only recommend it. Everybody seemed to be very happy with the food they were given there, and I believe the food here in the paddock was also very good. Yeah, so I didn't hear what Senan said there actually. So he is at the red arrow just before the finish line. I was actually talking to myself earlier on. I didn't seem to have the mic open. I hope you can hear me now. I was also talking about the prize giving this evening, which is going to be in the paddock after the last run. This is in order to facilitate for the drivers to be able to collect their prizes, put the cars on the trailer, and go home after a hopefully successful event for everyone. Yesterday, the prize given was hosted in Bullgaden Castle, where we also had a lovely meal. They had food both in the paddock here in the GAA club, as well as in the castle where the prize giving was done, and it's a very well organized event. I can only thank the local GAA club to let us use their grounds for this event. Everybody seems to be very happy with the way we're looked after, and yeah, we hope to have more action for you soon. We're currently not sure why we are having an interruption. So I would just have a look whether we already have times of run 2, because a few cars have been going up, so maybe there is sometimes already recorded. But no, they haven't come through yet for us. We have to wait for the times to come through. Hopefully we will find a way to get them to you a little bit quicker, maybe for the next event, so that there is less delay between us being able to present them to you and them being published on the page that is in the ticker at the bottom of the screen now. So if you go to timing.irishhillclimb.com, you will see the times, and you can also have a look at the times of yesterday. When you go down to past results, it will give you all the last results that were recorded here in Limerick and the other hill climbs back to 2023. So all rounds, I should say, of 2023 and 2024 can be found there, with the times divided by the classes and overall. So at the moment, I'm looking at today's results. Directly under the home button, you have the overall, which is eventually a combined sheet of all the different runs. So you'll be able to see how the drivers improved their times over the weekend. I'm going to close this picture of the course now. Yeah, they haven't been updated yet. So, Senan, maybe you can take over there for a minute, and I will try to find out whether there has been a red flag, or maybe the marshals are getting their lunch. We're actually not sure. It's unusual in the middle of the run. So, like Senan said, maybe there's just been an interruption further down the hill, which we wouldn't be able to know of. But I'm going to do some research and be back. So thanks to Kim from the Limerick Motor Club, she just came over to tell me that there has been an interruption on the hill, but they're hoping to start the live action again soon. She has a radio here, so sometimes we get some updates as they happen. I'm going to switch over to Senan again now, so hopefully soon we'll have more footage for you from the hill.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so there was an interruption there. I think one of the Fiestas broke down for around location 4 or 5, which would be quite close to where we finished filming yesterday. The bike marshal, that car was towed off the course, and the bike marshal now is just doing a sweep to confirm the course is clear. That's Darrell Ramsey today. He will have to go back down the course and then the cars can be released. The verification is when Darrell is back at the start line, only then do they release the cars. So he's already on the way back down. Darrell is extremely experienced at doing this and sometime competitor too. Darrell has a lovely green OMS. And yeah, hopefully we see him out in that again sometime in the future. But in the meantime, he makes a great contribution to Irish Hillclimbs, and along with his friend Jay, who uses the trials bike to organise the paddock, between them they really keep things moving. So we'll be underway again with run 2. Pretty much as soon as Darrell gets down to the start line again. And the sun is even coming out now, so yeah, it's a good time to get things going here. Again, as I was saying, nice gang of spectators here on the slip for a railway bridge. You can see that the railway in the background here. It's the line there. And I think the fastest vehicles around though are on this course here today. So what you're seeing in the distance, that little bit of road there, that's actually straight on the continuation of this road, but the course that the Hillclimbers are following today comes into to the right hand side as we look at it, just kind of hidden by these trees, and they've got there's some cones there, and it's setting up a hairpin bend really out of the 90 left there that slows them down just a little bit at that corner. And then they come down towards this one, and we've got some really nice, actually downhill sweeping bends here. A right-hand driver as a right-hand corner as the cars find it here. Wouldn't say corner, say bend, and that comes down behind these nicely trimmed hedges into a long left-hander, and it sweeps into this right and left again, and then just over the finish here. And this has been quite a challenge, especially yesterday, but we've heard there's already been an off today. These marks here were a car that rolled, and it has been the site of some interesting action. Not that we've actually caught it, we seem to have kept away from the trouble. But anyway, we're back with the action here now from day 2 of the Limerick Hillclimb, round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. just receiving news there that there's a car gone off between 5 and 6. So I don't know. I suppose there's a significant rise in the pace there with the drier road today, and it seems to be catching people out. Because although it looks dry, it might not be as grippy as it looks. There's a car coming through that not looking quite at full speed. So I'd hazard a guess that actually that's Willie Barrett there driving the Fiesta. He has an issue with the Civic, so he just got this car going there overnight and came out with it. But the sound of it there, it sounded like there was a wheel rubbing in the arch. So I have a feeling he might be the reason for the off. But he has managed to clear the course himself. Darrell is doing a sweep of the course now, chasing Willie off the stage. The road is now clear, so Darrell will make it back down to the start, and I'd say we'll be up and running again much quicker than the last interruption. So it's been a tough day for the Fiestas so far. I think if you're watching there yesterday with us, where we were at the really tight right-hander that's followed by a tight left, kind of over a bit of a crest, or it was much narrower road than this. The road that feeds into the side of this road is much smaller. A Mini had just actually gone over on its side before we got there, and then later on Ray Cunningham having an uncharacteristic spin there. So if Ray was spinning, well, let's say there wasn't much grip, and there are some quite challenging elements on the first part of the road, and indeed this one here has potential for excitement here on the faster part of the course. And we're going to stay here for the remainder of this run, and it is an unusually long and good viewing position, so I think we'll probably stay here for the next run as well, and then we'll relocate, and we might miss a few cars there from that would probably be run 4, but we'll be in a new position then for the finale of the weekend's action. Thanks for joining us today on Vantage Point Video Live. We're now bringing all of our streaming from each of the days together, rather than the partial broadcasts that we were doing last season. And I hope you're enjoying this new format. It's something that we're looking forward to developing, and we're working that we'll have plenty of more pre-recorded action, but and maybe some interesting archive stuff going back over the years. So on Hillclimb weekends, we will be trying to bring you a day-long experience of both live and past highlights, and it'll be a great way to spend an afternoon with the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. So we'll be back with you in a few weeks' time with more live Hillclimb action.
I will just, while we're waiting for the cars to come up the hill right now, I will just give you the times we already have from run 2. So Patrick Milet at the moment in his Citroen Saxo with 121.76 leading the board. Joe Clifford then in his Civic 125.57. Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 125.68. Donald O'Sullivan in his Civic EK Ford 127.54. Kiva White in her Seicento 128.23, followed by Robert Cummings in his Seicento 128.51. Michael Furlong then in the Cooper 129.31 and Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento 133.98. Michael Furlong seems to be going along very well in the junior class in the Mini Cooper that he's sharing with his father. Just if you're wondering how this double drive business works, so because there's usually at least 2 runs to every, or at least 2 halves to every run, it's possible for 2 drivers to share 1 car, and 1 driver would go up with his number on the side of the car for the first half of the run, and then when they go back down, they switch over to the second driver who changes the number of the car to their own number and for the timing, and then they go up the hill against the clock. It's great. It's a great thing to do when you have 1 car and 2 people that want to drive it, or if in case you've broken down with your own car and somebody else offers you a double drive because you've already paid the entrance to the hill. It's a great way to share the joy. Hopefully, then obviously without any mishaps to the car. But yeah, double driving is possible too. And I'm going to switch back over to Senna now, who will hopefully bring us some more live footage. Thanks for watching.
So it looks like all went well with the remainder of that batch. Daryl has just followed them up now. I think this is just the normal end of a batch of cars, and the next lot, Jay will have everybody in the second half of the run lined up just beyond the finish line, and he'll hand them over to Daryl, and he will take them down to the start line, and we will start the second half of this run too. So here they come.
While the cars are making their way down, I thought I'd give you the times that we have so far of the people that went up the hill in the first half of run 2. We have Brian Kerwin, 1:10:39, Damien Walsh, 1:11:44, Christopher Jr., 1:13:27, Ray Cunningham, 1:14:98, Rory Stevens, 1:15:25, Michael Tumulty, 1:18:41, Patrick Milet, 1:21:70. Senior in a Civic 124, John Hackett 124, Joe Clifford Honda Civic 125.57, Elaine Kerwin 1:25.68. Donal O'Sullivan 1:27.54. Thomas Slattery 1:28.14. Kiva Whitefee at Seicento 1:28 to 23, and Kiva has actually just confirmed to us that she is currently leading the Class 1B and broke the class record that was set by Billy White last year with this time. So 1:28.23 is the time to beat for Robert and Ethan in their Seicentos. Robert then behind Kiva, only less than 30 hundredth of a second behind her. Michael Furlong then 1:29.31, and Jack Mannion in the Starlet 1:30.29 before Ethan Mulcahy 1:33.98. So more to come in the second half of run 2, and as the marshal has brought them down to the start line, I'm guessing we'll have more action for you pretty swiftly. So enjoy that, and thank you very much again for tuning in.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And indeed, the bike marshal has passed this location, which is near the end. So there's quite a bit of course for them to sweep. But and there's actually quite a lot of cars to filter down through the finish line. It does actually work out. It isn't actually just a divide of the faster cars in the two halves, but the class numbers are generally the larger number, which is slightly an increase in the engine capacities, and you tend to get the sing-seaters in the second half of the run. So we'd expect some of the fastest action now in this set, and you can see there's great influx of rally cars in the entry today, and a lot of locals supporting the event, which is great to see. It's a great course, and you know, they're a good team. They've had their challenges over the weekend, especially with the rough weather yesterday. But you know, the interruptions are mostly by drivers, so you can't blame the organisers for that. And they've been getting them sorted. So cool heads, and we'll get more action, I think. So I think that's underway again already. No, I'm actually hearing a train, so we might as well do a little bit of train spotting here. One of the two of you out there who will enjoy that. You know who you are. I think that's probably the end of run 2 there. We'll just hold out for the bike marshal before I hand over to Sarah. But yeah, actually, I've now in the distance seen a road car and a motorbike following it. So Sarah, if you want to take over there, maybe you've got some results for us, or you want to share some clips. I'll be back from the same location again. It's a very good one for run 3.
Thank you, Senan. Yeah, as we saw, Russell Stanworth there, I believe, completing the second batch of round two of the Limerick Hillclimb 2025. I'm just refreshing the result sheets here to make sure that we have all the times in. And it looks as if Ben O'Brien has just taken over the lead from Billy White. And there's 300ths of a second between them. I'm just going to update our little ticker here, and then I give you a rundown of the times. So Ben O'Brien overtook Billy White with his Gould on the dry road. That was what Billy White was fearing, so he was praying for rain there. Actually, he was saying, if you want to follow the crack in the comments, have a look at our Facebook page. So Ben O'Brien overtook Billy White with his Judd engine Gould, and the fastest time of the day, they're both competing in class 7, is 1:07:47. Behind Ben O'Brien then is Billy White with the fastest time of 1:07:73. So yeah, 1:07:47 to 1:07:73. So this is going to be an exciting battle today. We yet have to see Billy White come out of his single seater and do a rain dance in front of the camera, because otherwise it won't work. Billy, you won't get rain unless you do that. So get in front of Senan there to do your rain dance. I'll result sheet now for you, as we have all the times and the incorporated in the overall ranking. Ben O'Brien, like I said, in the very loud but fantastic sounding Gould, 1:07:47. Then Billy White in his Formula Renault Roger, 1:07:73. Another information I can give you regarding this, I believe that the Roger would usually be competing in class 6 against Siobhan McCann's Ray, but the way it was explained to me is that if you should be in the lucky position to have two cars that qualify for different classes, and one car can't come out for whatever reason, you can take another car out in order to collect championship points for the original class you registered for. So although the Roger would usually be competing in class 6, it is now considered for class 7, as that is the class that Billy White is competing in for the season. If you would like to buy the Renault Roger, get in touch with Billy White there as quickly as you can. Speed Developments is his company, and he'd be happy to haggle it out with you. It seems to be a good car, beating the rest of the field yesterday and competing with the Judd engine Gould today. So Billy White's the person to talk to if you want to get into hill climbing in Formula Renault Roger. Third overall at the moment is Paul Purtell in his Ford Escort. His fastest time today is 1:09:73. Followed by Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1:10:15. Then we have Ed Sinan in the Escort, 1:10:25. Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus, 1:10:62. Followed by Siobhan McCann in 7th in her Ray 86F, 1:10:75. Then we have Damien Walsh in the SHP PJ20 Wildcat, 1:10:84. Johnny O'Connor then in his Escort, 1:11:04. Declan Gannon in the Ford Fiesta R5, 1:12:06. Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic, 1:12:45. John Mahon in the DJ, 1:12:91. Tommy Gardner in the Civic SIR, 1:13:19. Michael O'Connor in his Mitsubishi Evo 8, 113.27. Ray Cunningham in the Mini Cooper S, 114.98. Rory Stevens in the Escort Mark 1, 115.13. Sean Moran in his Escort, 117.02. Shane Dillon in his Civic, 117.40. Kieran Burke in his Ford Escort Mark II, 117.96. Seamus Morris in the Darien GTR, 118.02. Aidan Walsh in the Ford Escort Mark II, 118.05. And Byrne in the Shane Formula V, 118.06. Eddie Lyons, Mitsubishi Evo, 118.31. Michael Tumulty then is Peugeot 106 GTI, 118.41. Ronan Clahessy in his Honda Civic, 119.68. Seamus Anderson, Ford Anglia, 105E. His fast time so far is 120.02, recorded in run 2. Roland Doherty, Opel Astra, 129.1. Patrick Milet in the Saxo, 121.76. Chris Snow Sr. in the Civic, 122.22. David Furlong, Mini Cooper, 123.40. John Hackett, Mini Marcos, 124 flat. Shane O'Connor in his Corolla, 124.91. Then we have Joe Clifford in the Honda Civic, 125.57. Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet, 125.68. Donald O'Sullivan in his Honda Civic EK4, 126.68. Thomas Slattery then in his Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, 126.73. Willie Barrett in the Fiesta, 127.86. Kiva White in a Seicento, 128.23. Robert Cummings in his Seicento, 128.51. Michael Furlong in the Cooper in the junior class, 129.31. I believe the junior class also always has someone sitting in with them as long as they're competing in this class. So we have to give Michael a little bit of a break there because he's carrying extra weight, which makes a whole lot of difference in motorsport. So please keep in mind that Michael Furlong probably has his dad sitting in with him. And he's also competing with him. So when I said earlier about the double driving, it's similar with in this case with the junior class. Michael Furlong and his father David are sharing the Mini. So when David comes back down off the hill, he'll get into the car with Michael and to give him advice, to give him tips, and so on and so forth. But yeah, he's bound to be slower because he carries two people in the car. His fastest time so far is 129.31, and his father's car in this one was 123.40. So you see a big difference in the times there. Jack Mannion then in his Starlet R5, 130.29. Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento, 133.88, and Ailish O'Loughlin completes the result sheet for now with 138.68 recorded in 1-1. We have 43 entries so far, and we're waiting for the first half of run 3 to commence. Fastest on the hill today so far, and he got this time in run 2, was Ben O'Brien in the Judd Engine Gould, which is a beautiful car. And a very great sounding car. His fastest time so far is 107.47. And you might remember that the fastest time yesterday was 112.05. So you can see that the dry surface makes a very big difference for the times with the same cars, the same drivers on the same road. So we'll be looking forward to more action from this battle, especially between those two single-seaters. And it doesn't look like rain, I'm afraid, Billy. The sun is actually coming out. It's overcast, but dry, and we will see how that will affect the times as we go along. So back to you, Senan. To the hill, is there any you hear coming up yet?
I'd say that's the end of that half. Darrell has swept through the hill, and any updates for us there, Sarah?
Yeah, thanks, Sinan. I'm going to have a look at the results sheet now. A lot of times have come in of this first run of, or this first half of run 3. I'm just going to read them out as they are here. Oh no, we have a few of them incorporated into the overall sheet already. So Ben O'Brien is still leading. Obviously, the fast cars, as Senan said earlier, are going to come up in the second batch. So Ben O'Brien is still leading with his 47. Then we have Billy White in the Rodder 773. Brian Kerwin has already come up. We saw him there just after the little plane spot, 108.96. So he has gone faster again than his times of run 1 and run 2. Still behind the 2 single-seaters, but not too far behind, as you can see, just over a second. So that's a very impressive show for a non-single-seater in top car. Next in line, we have Christopher Snow Jr. He finally sorted out the Civic. There's 3 seconds between his last run and the current run. He's doing 109.22 now, so he's on Brian Kerwin's heels again, just like yesterday. Hopper Tell then in the Escort 109.73, but we haven't got a run run 3 time for him. At Sinan still with the run 2 time 110.25, which he did in run 1. Damien Walsh has already done run 3, and it was his fastest time so far, 110.39. Russell Stanworth then, he's yet to come up, 110.62 from run 1. Siobhan McCann in her Ray, 110.75. That's the time she recorded in run 2. I'm guessing she'll be out in run 3 now for us again. Johnny O'Connor then in his Ford Escort, 111.04. Rory Stevens in the Escort did his fastest time in run 3, 111.63, almost 4 seconds quicker than the first 2 runs. So he's going faster every time as well. Declan Gannon then, 112.06, recorded in run 2. We haven't got a run 3 time for him yet. Johnny Mahan in his DJ, 112.91, recorded in run 2. Tommy Gardner then, 113.19, his run 2 time. Michael O'Connor, run 1 time, 113.27. Ray Cunningham did already come up in run 3, and it's been his fastest time so far, 114.22. Sean Moran in his Escort, 117.02. Shane Dillon in his Civic, 117.40. Kieran Burke in the Escort, 117.96. Seamus Morris, 118.02. Aidan Walsh in his Escort, 118.05. And De Byrne in the Formula V, 118.06. Eddie Lyons in his Mitsubishi Evo, 118.31. These were all run 2 times or run 1. They haven't come up in run 3 yet. Michael Tumulty then in his Peugeot 106 GTI, 118.41. Ronan Clahessy, 119.68, recorded in run 2. Seamus Anderson, 120.02, recorded in run 2. Roland Doherty, 120.91, recorded in run 2. Patrick Milet in his Citroen Saxo, 121.05, recorded in run 3. Chris Snow Sr. has come up in run 3 already, so his fastest time so far is 121.14, recorded in the last run. David Furlong, Mini Cooper, 121.99. So David is making his way down to the start line now to sit in with Michael. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, 123.52. Elaine Cohen in her Starlet, 124.80, recorded in run 3. Shane O'Connor in the Corolla, 124.91. Recorded in run 2. Donald O'Sullivan in his Civic, 125.48. Joe Clifford then in the Civic EK4, 125.48. Sorry, that was the time of Donald O'Sullivan. Joe Clifford's time is 125.57. Recorded it in run 2, but he has come up in run 3 already. Thomas Latry in the Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, 126.73. That was his fastest time so far, recorded in run 3. Willie Barrett in the Fiesta, 127.86. That's still his run 1 time, but he has come out again in run 3. Here's the bike marshal going down, so I'll just read the rest quickly. Kiva White, Fiat Seicento, 128.23. So she has not been faster than her run 2 times in run 3. Her run 3 time is 129.31, but she's still faster than Robert Cummings in his in his Seicento, 128.51. Then we have Michael Furlong, who's yet to come up with his father David, 129.31, recorded in run 2. Jack Mannion then the start at 130.29. Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento, 131.24. That's his run 3 time. And Ailish O'Loughlin, 138.68. So that concludes the first batch, or the overall timesheet with the first batch of run 2. Back to you, Senan, now with the second half of run 3.
sir, I think that's it. I'm going to make my move.
Thank you, Senan, for some great footage there off the hill. As you can see, we've already updated our ticker. Ben O'Brien has done it again. He's done the fastest time in run 3 as well. His fastest time so far now is 1:05:41. Bill also improved his time the last time. His time is 1:06:29. So this is a really exciting battle that will surely entertain us for the next 1 or 2 runs that will hopefully be presented to us. While we're waiting for the completion integration of all the runs 3 times in the overall timesheet, I thought I might give you a little bit more information on our championship sponsor. So Alekto.ie is the website to visit if you want to know more about our champion sponsor. It's an electrical and controls company with offices in Barra in County Galway, in the design and software development of electrical and safety solutions, machinery and systems. They were founded in 2000 and 5 years expanded hugely with the number and of projects that they undertook. They primarily are driven by cost reductions that businesses want to achieve by automating processes and handling of routine tasks within industrial environment. Alekto also has made a solution for the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship, and that is the virtual chicanes that you might have heard of. So I think the next hill might have virtual chicanes in it. This one doesn't, but basically in order to prevent cars from having to navigate around cones, which sometimes increases the risk of tips or offs, this virtual chicane solution allows drivers to allows for the same effect to happen, that the drivers slow down, but instead of having to slow down and navigate the chicanes, within a certain distance they have to come to a certain speed. I'm not quite sure which speed that is at the moment. I think it was around the 50k mark the last time. And it's basically, they see a lot of signs coming up and to urge them to slow down. And there's 3 virtual displays that show them how fast they're going. And as soon as they see on one of those displays that they have hit the mark they need to hit, they can speed up again and go further up the hill. If they never hit the speed that they should take, that they should achieve within these 3 marks, then the run doesn't count. It's like when you hit a cone in a chicane. So Alekto were pleased to announce that they are continuing to sponsor the 2025 Irish National Hillclimb and Sprint Championship, and they've been sponsoring the championship since 2018 and are proud to do so again in 2025. 2024 saw the introduction of those Alekto designed virtual chicanes in the national rounds, and they trialed them in 2023 on non-championship rounds, and 2024 they were then introduced into the championship. The way they describe it, and you see now whether I did a good job or not, is that the virtual chicane is used as a safe means of controlling car speeds when required around certain hazards on a course. And 2024 also saw the introduction of the junior class, which was won this year or last year by Leanne Kane and her trusty Cinquecento. The managing director of Alekto is Tommy Gardner, who you see competing on the hills in his trusted Civic. So that's all the information I have for you for now about our main championship sponsor. I will now give you a rundown of the result sheet, including the times of run 3, and then hopefully Senan will have set up at a new exciting locations for us for run 4. So fastest time currently is Ben O'Brien in his Judd Engine Gould GR37. The fastest time 105.41, closely followed by Billy White in his Formula Renault Roger 106.29. Then we have Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive 108.96. Ed Sinnen then in the Ford Escort 109.20. Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic 109.22, Paul Purtell in his Escort 109.39, Siobhan McCann then in her Ray 109.52, Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus 110.21, Damien Walsh in his SHP Wildcat 110.39, Johnny O'Connor then in the Escort 110.77. Declan Gannon, his fastest time was 111.28, achieved in run 3. Rory Stevens then in the Escort Mark 1, 111.63. Tommy Gardner in the Civic, our championship sponsor, 112.21. Johnny Mahan in the DJ ADS 1, 112.84. Michael O'Connor in his Mitsubishi Evo, 113.27. Ray Cunningham in the Mini Cooper S, 114.22. Sean Moran in his Escort, 114.29. Seamus Morris in his Escort, 114.29. Sorry. Ray Cunningham in the Mini, 114.22. Sean Moran in the Escort, 114.29. And Seamus Morris in the Darien, 115.58. Shane Dillon in the Civic, 116.62. Aidan Walsh in his Escort, Mark II, 116.66. Then we have Eddie Lyons in his Mitsubishi Evo, 116.81. Kieran Burke in his Escort Mark II, 117.80. Enda Byrne in the Shane Formula V, 117.92. Ronan Clahessy in his Civic, 118.07. Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI, 118.41. Roland Doherty in his Opel Astra 118.96, Seamus Anderson in the Anglia 120.02, Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo 121.05, Chris No Senior in the Civic 121.14, David Furlong in the Mini Cooper 121.99, John Hackett in the Mini Marcos 123.52, Shane O'Connor in the Toyota Corolla 124.07, Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 124.8, Donald O'Sullivan in his Honda Civic EK4 125.48, Joe Clifford then in his Honda Civic 125.57, Thomas Slattery in his Ford Cortina Mark 1 126.73, Willie Barrett in his Fiesta today, 127.86. Kiva White in her Sargento, 128.23. Michael Furlong in his Mini Cooper, 128.46. Robert Cummings in his Seicento, 128.51. Jack Mannion, Toyota Starlet R5, 130.29. Ethan Mulcahy in his Fiat Seicento, 131.22. And Ailish O'Loughlin in her Ford Fiesta, 138.68. So that's the 43 entrants we have today in round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. We have done the first 3 runs. They are completed, and Senan is currently on his way to a new location to present you with live footage from run 4, the first half of run 4. What else can I give you? Like I said, the prize giving this evening will take place in the paddock So usually what happens is that the motor club finishes the last one of the day. That'll probably be run 5 today. We'll see. And then the drivers come into the paddock to collect their trophies, pack up their cars, and go home. I see that Senan has already resumed a new location. I'll just check in whether there is already action on the hill. I would think so. I'm going to switch over to you, Senan, and we look forward to more action in the first half of round 4 from Martinstown, Kilmallock, County Limerick in round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. Thanks a million for tuning in on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, on the Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship Facebook Live, and Limerick Motor Club Facebook Live, as well as our YouTube channel. Enjoy the action.
So just a bit of an interruption there, just I think as we were coming to the end of that half of run 4. So might be a couple of cars, I don't know, that sounds like the bike, so if that car can make it off the course, we won't get stuck. Bring in that car, thank you.
Gone, is he?
He's just not, no, he's just below the next Marshall.
Is he running?
No.
Sarah, do you have any information for us? We're probably an interruption there for a couple of minutes. I think that car is going to need to be, shall we say, expertly towed off the course in a moment.
Yes, thank you, Senan. I'm just looking at the times that we have so far for run 4. There's a couple of them in the result sheet, so I'm just going to go down them. Christopher Snow, again, his fastest time was 1:09.22 in run 3. He has gone better again. 1:08.61 is his run 4 time. Then we have Brian Kerwin, 1:09.32. Damien Walsh in his Wildcat, 1:10.04. Rory Stevens in the Escort Mark 1, 1:12. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI, 1:18.62. Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo, 1:20.24. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, 1:23.01. Chris No Senior in the Honda Civic, 1:23.26. Joe Clifford also in a Honda Civic, 1:23.68. Donald O'Sullivan in the Civic EK4, 1:24.37. Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet, 1:25.20. Robert Cummins in his Seicento, 1:27.51. I'm just going to compare that to Kiva's fastest time. That was 1:29.15. If I'm not, no, 1:28.23. So 1:28.23 there for Kiva White before, and Robert has beaten it. So he's leading the Cento class at the moment with 1:27.51. Then we have Willie Barrett with the Fiesta, 1:27.65. Michael Furlong in the Mini Cooper, 1:28.52. Kiva White, her run 4 time was 1:29.15. Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento, 1:30.09. Jack Mannion in his Toyota Starlet R5, 1:30.75. And Ailish O'Loughlin in the Ford Fiesta, 1:36.35. So it looks like a normal enough break between the first and the second half. We could see that there was a car in trouble earlier. So we're waiting for the bike. Oh, here's the bike marshal now. I'm guessing that he's going to let the last few cars of the first batch of run 4 go through, and then we will have a little interruption for the second half of run 4 for you with the bigger engined faster cars. So Senan, I'm guessing it should commence again quite swiftly. I saw the bike marshal give a thumbs up there. Is that right? We're still waiting for Senan to get back to us. I'll keep an eye on the stream. Meanwhile, I could show you once more where Senan is on the track. Just bear with me 1 second. So here you see at the top right corner of the image I've uploaded, you see the 90 right, which the bike marshal is currently navigating to clear the course. He's gonna go up now, I'm guessing, and get the second batch of cars to come down so that there's not another interruption later on. And in the top right, you see the 90-degree corner that Senan is currently situated on. So we're going to wait for the bike marshal to come back and clear the course so that we can commence with the second half of run 4 from the run 2 of the Limerick Hillclimb 2025. Fastest time currently still Ben O'Brien in his Judd engine Gould 1:05:41. And I'm going to go back there to send so that we don't miss any of the action. So here you see the 90-degree left-hander that the cars are navigating in order to get to the next location that Sen was filming from before. So Ben O'Brien still in the lead with the fastest time 1:05:41, but obviously the single seaters are yet to come out. I'm guessing that Billy White is eager to come out and try and beat Ben's time. They have both been continuously improving their times as the day went along. Ben O'Brien started with a 1:08:55, Billy White with 1:08:10. Then Ben went better to 1:07:47, Billy White 1:07:73. Then Bren beat it again in run 3, 1:05:41, and Billy went to 1:06:29. And we'll see what they're going to have for us in store in the second half of run 4. And I'm guessing there'll be a run 5 where we will see them out again. Here is the cars now for the second batch. So the cars are making their way down to the start line, and as soon as they have gone down and the bike marshal has given the all clear, we will see the second half of run 4 of the round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Limerick Motor Club in Martinstown, Kilmallock, County Limerick. Our current leader of the timesheet is Ben O'Brien with 1:05:41. And there's some drivers putting up a bit of a show for us. Going down the hill towards the start line. Over to you, Senan, maybe with some sound.
Thanks, Sarah. I think most of them have gone down now. Seems to be one. Is that the Jeep coming down? And we have Ben taking the Ghoul down for another run. That's the car that's currently leading the Hillclimb. We'll just wait for the bike. I think we're going to be in for quite a show. Fair play, the marshal is keeping the course consistent for everybody. And I can see Daryl coming down there in the distance. We should have the live action there from the second half of Run 4 here at the Limerick Hillclimb near Kilmallock, round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Thanks for joining us on Facebook and on YouTube. It's good to be back with the live action on YouTube now in addition to the Facebook coverage. Thanks for joining us. There's a large queue of cars there to filter through the start line, and then they can bring the queued up cars up to the line and then start pretty much in the order as you saw them going down. So you can expect the single seaters at the end of this section, and a lot of the entertaining rally cars in this batch, and I hear the cars on the way now.
Just up after the APs there, I see just broken down.
Just overhearing on the radio there, I think there is a car stuck a little bit further down the course, so there might be a little bit of an interruption. I'm expecting some good action here over the remainder of the run, but we will actually, I will relocate to one more spot, and then we will have actually pretty much covered the whole course over the weekend. So going to make a mad dash after these cars. We'll be here for the single seaters, but there's a nice bit of a straight, and we can see them coming over the coming out of the tight sequence that we finished with yesterday. So yeah, some potentially nice spot for the finale of the action here from Kilmallock. The Limerick Hillclimbs this year being rounds 1 and 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, and I've got a sleepy camera.
Yeah, thank you, Senan. I'm just going to read out the results that we have so far from run 4. Obviously the single seaters haven't gone through yet, so we have no change at the top of the timesheet. But we might as well have a look at the other cars further down. At the moment, the fastest car of the cars that have run and competed in Run 4 is Christopher Snow Jr. in his Civic, 108.61. Then we have Ed Sinnen in his Escort, 108.85. Followed by Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 109.32. Damien Walsh in the Wildcat, 110.04. Paul Purtle in his Escort, 110.38. Johnny O'Connor in his Escort, 110.46. Declan Gannon in his Fiesta R5, 111.26. Rory Stevens in the Escort Mark 1, 112 flat. Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper S, 113.85. Sean Moran in his Escort, 114.58. Shane Dillon in his Honda Civic, 115.70. Aidan Walsh in his Escort Mark II, 116.68. Ronan Clohessy in his Civic, 117.65. Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI, 118.62. Roland Doherty in his Astra, 119.04. Patrick Milet in his Citroen Saxo, 120.24. David Furlong in his Mini Cooper, 122.05. John Hackett in his Mini Marcos, 123.01. Chris No Sr. in his Honda Civic, 123.01. And there we saw the officials' car making its way up the course to have a look at the damage, followed by the bike marshal. So, yeah, John Hackett in his Mini Marcos 123.01, Chris Snow Sr. in his Honda Civic 123.26, Joe Clifford in his Honda Civic 123.68, Donald O'Sullivan then in his Honda Civic EK4 124.37, Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 125.20, Robert Cummins in his Seicento 127.51, Willie Barrett in the Ford Fiesta 127.65, Thomas Lattery in his Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1 128.11, Michael Furlong in the Cooper 128.52, Kiva White in her Seicento 129.15, Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento 130.09, Jack Mannion in his Starlet R5 130.75, and Ailish O'Loughlin in her Fiesta 136.35. Here's the bike marshal coming down again. He usually gives us a thumbs up to let us know that the run is about to start again. So I'm not sure. We're still waiting for the officials' car to come down as well. So this might take a little longer. If you want to have a look at the times yourself, have a look at timing.irishhillclimb.com, and there you will see the overall time of today, which will show you all the different runs and the times as the drivers have been progressing over the day. And then you can have a look at the actual runs themselves and expand down into run 1, run 2, run 3, and run 4. We're waiting for the second batch. So there's another about 15 cars to come down, or 11 cars to come down the track in run 4, including the single seaters. We saw Ben O'Brien, and I think Billy White made his way down to the start line as well. So as you could see, when everything is running smoothly, the club is very, very good at having the cars come up the hill like clockwork. It's great to see when it all runs well. Obviously, they can't influence some mishaps or driver errors, but normally the club is very, very good at delivering a great event, both for spectators as well as competitors, and also for us in the covering media. So we cover the events with the video work on the hill and here from the studio. And then there's our official hill climb photographer, Martin Gallagher, who had a little break earlier to warm up a bit because it is very cold today and the sun didn't really make an appearance for us yet. So, but I believe he wants to go back at the hill and maybe get some more shots for us from run 5. You can see his photographs on the Irish Hill Climb Facebook page. I saw that he already put up the edited photos of last night. So fair play to him. He's been busy since the prize given and put the pictures up of the competitors receiving their prizes. So well done, Martin. As I said, he's back en route to the course. And Senan said he's going to relocate to a different location so that you will have seen, between the 2 days, you will have seen all of the course, which is what we aim to do every time, so that you get an idea of the course and what the competitors have to navigate. So I believe there was dirt on the track, and here's the officials coming back down. They need to make sure that they're satisfied that the route is clear and safe for all competitors to go up on, especially as the single-seaters have made their way to the start line. So thanks to the organizers and the COC for looking after the competitors' health and well-being by ensuring the track is in good shape for them. And they are also the people who have the unthankful job of collecting all the cones and bales and tires after the event is gone, when everybody's made their way home. There's more work for them. So thanks for putting this show on the road and for giving us all a great event to participate in and to cover. We are going to look forward to more footage now. I don't know whether Daryl is going to make his way up just to give his okay, or whether they're going to put cars on the road. But I'm guessing that they might have cleared the track from the officials' point of view. So we're going to go back to Senan and look forward to more action from the hill. Thanks for watching.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Yeah, I think I can hear Daryl there. He's probably going to do a quick sweep, metaphorically, of the hill. The sweeping has been done physically, and it's too long between the last time that he would have gone down the hill for that something could have happened, people moving, whatever. So that's the reason, of course, for using the motorcycle. It's the fastest way to check the hill from end to end, and leaves the shortest possible amount of time between it being visually checked end to end and cars being released at the bottom. And on hill climbs, they run a red flag protocol, so each marshal actually looks up the hill away from the cars as they're approaching to see whether a red flag is raised above them, and that means that they can put out a flag if they see it. The flags have a particular amount of time actually to run from the top of the course to the bottom to stop the cars approaching, and this is a huge extra level of safety for competitors, and it's what allows them to go to another level of commitment. So Daryl has made his way down, and we should be back underway again with more action from the second half of run 4 of the Limerick Hillclimb near Kilmallock. Round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. While we're waiting, we'll just pay tribute to Sarah, my wife, Sarah O'Connor, who's doing the studio work today, nicely sheltered. This is the tree that she was climbing last year, and we're back to the action. Doing this in the rain last year, just trying to get a signal on the phones. Better setup this time.
Ready to go?
Okay, I'm on the move.
Oh, you're my hero.
Thank you, Zainab, for more entertaining footage from the top of the hill. So, Ben O'Brien has improved his time once more. We're waiting now for the first half of round 5 to commence. And Let me just sort out my screen here. Sorry about this now. Now. Okay, so he has improved his time once more to 104.97. I have a feeling that Billy White has either is either worried about his tires holding up for another run, or he might come out for run 5. We don't know. He might still be busy doing his rain dance, but like I said, unless he does that in front of the camera, it won't be any help. So, and as the sun is shining into the studio here, I can only imagine that he might have called it a day. But we will see. There's still a run to come, I'm sure. And while Senan is going to the other location that he was talking about earlier, I'm going to do a rundown of the results as they stand now, including the times of run 4. Fastest as of now is Ben O'Brien in his Gould, Judd engined Gould, I should say. And the fastest time so far is 104.97. Like I said yesterday, Billy's fastest time was 112, so you can see the difference it makes if the track is dry. Second today, Billy White in his Formula Renault Roger, also competing for points in Class 7, is his fastest time was 106.29 in run 3. He hasn't recorded a time in run 4, so like I said, we don't know whether he's going to come out or not. We'll be eager to find out. Second fastest today so far is Christopher Snow Jr. There seem to have been problems with the Civic in the first few runs, as you can see from the times, but he has now improved by over 4 seconds to 108.61 in run 4 from his first recorded time today. Ed Sinnen in the Escort recorded his fastest time in run 4 as well, 108.85. Then we have Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive. His fastest time today was recorded in run 3, 108.96. Russell Stanworth then in his Reynard Opel Lotus, fastest time in run 4, 108.98. Paul Purtell in his Ford Escort, 109.39, recorded in run 3. Siobhan McCann then in her Ray, 109.52, recorded in run 3. Then we have Damien Walsh in the Wildcat, 110.04, recorded in run 4. Johnny O'Connor in his Escort, 110.46, recorded in run 4 as well. Declan Gannon in the Fiesta R5, 111.26, recorded in run 4. Rory Stevens in the Escort Mark 1, 111.63, recorded in run 3. Tommy Gardner in the Civic SIR, 112.21, recorded in run 3. He didn't come out in run 4, so not sure whether he'll come out in run 5. But that was his fastest time recorded in run 3. Johnny Mahon then in his DJ ADS1, 112.84, recorded in run 3. Michael O'Connor in his Mitsubishi Evo, 113.27. He's only come out for one run today. I don't know whether he has made his way home or whether he'll come out again in run 5. We'll see about that. Next, we have Ray Cunningham in the red Mini Cooper S, 113.85, recorded in run 4. Sean Moran in his Escort, 114.29, recorded in run 3. Seamus Morris in his Darien GTR, 115.58, recorded in run 3. Shane Dillon in his Honda Civic, 115.70, recorded in run 4. Aidan Walsh then in his Ford Escort Mark II, 116.66, recorded in run 3 actually, 200th slower than that in run 4. Eddie Lyons in his Evo 1:16.81 recorded in run 3. Ronan Clahessy in his Civic 1:17.65 recorded in run 4. Kieran Burke in his Ford Escort Mark II 1:17.80 recorded in run 3. Enda Byrne in his Shane Formula V 1:17.92 recorded in run 3. Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI 1:18.41 recorded in run 2. Roland Doherty then in the Opel Astra 1:18.96 recorded in run 3. Seamus Anderson in the lovely Anglia 1:19.26 recorded in run 4. Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo 1:20.24 recorded in run 4. Chris Snow Sr. in the Civic 1:21.14 recorded in run 3. David Furlong, Mini Cooper 1:23.01 recorded in run 4. Joe Clifford then in his Civic 1:23.68 recorded in run 4. Shane O'Connor in his Toyota Corolla 1:24.07. That was recorded in run 3 and he didn't come out for run 4. Donald O'Sullivan in his Honda Civic EK4 1:24.37 recorded in run 4. Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 1:24.80 recorded in run 3. Thomas Slattery then in his Lotus Mark 1, Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1 1:26.73 recorded in run 1 actually. Robert Cummings in his Fiat Seicento 1:27.51 recorded in run 4. Willie Barrett in the Ford Fiesta 1:27.65 recorded in run 4. Kiva White in her Seicento 1:28.23. So there's still about a little bit over a second between her and Robert Cummins. So it'll be exciting to see those two out in run 5 to battle the class win. We have Michael Furlong then in his Mini Cooper for 1:28.46. Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento 1:30.09. Jack Mannion in the Toyota Starlet R5 1:30.29 recorded in run 2. And then we have Ailish O'Loughlin completing the timesheet with a 1:36.35 recorded in run 3. That's also an improvement from her last time. So there we have it. That's the timesheet as of now. We're looking forward to a 5th run of round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. So the first half of run 2 will commence anytime. Maybe it has already started. Senan is changing location. So hopefully we'll be back with more live footage very soon. We're waiting for him to go online, and as soon as he's come online, I'm going to switch over to him. It's been a great weekend here, hosted by the Limerick Motor Club. They have been looking after us and the marshals and everybody, the competitors, very, very well. We're very excited about the season that is ahead of us. There is going to more rounds to the season now. I'm actually going to give you all the dates so you can note them down in your calendar. I just realized that this is not my phone I'm using for the reception, so it might take me a little while to find the dates of this year's championship. You will find them on the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship Facebook page. There's a big red PDF with the dates on it. So this is the first round, and the second round in Limerick. Then on April 12th and 13th is the third and fourth round in Wexford. May 17th and 18th then is the MEC Sprint. I'm guessing because they're calling it the Sprint, it might be in Mondello again. Then we have on June 14th and 15th the Carlow Hillclimb. June 28th and 29th the Westmeath Hillclimb. August 23rd and 24th is the Connacht Hillclimb, and these are all championship rounds. And then we have 2 non-championship rounds which are happening in July 12th and 13th. in Galway. It's usually the Clare and Galway motor clubs that share the event. And then September 6th and 7th, the Donegal Hillclimb. Beautiful spot to watch the cars going up a hill, and it's great for the spectators as well, for the competitors as well, because they can go over the finish line and then look back at the most of the course and see their competitors come up the hill behind them. It's very entertaining and always a great hill for both spectators as well as competitors. So hopefully they will become championship rounds again soon. Not this year though. So the dates I told you are the events that we're going to, or that registered for the championship this year. It's going to be an entertaining year. Like I said, Ben O'Brien is hoping to win the overall championship in his Judd Engine rule. Judd Engine Gould. So we're looking forward to his battle with Billy White as soon as he comes out in his higher powered car. I believe the engine is still being reconditioned, so as soon as that is back in the country, he'll bring that car out again, and I'm sure they'll have a good battle at the top. But who knows who else is going to come out? And as we saw today and yesterday, Roger, the Renault, is a good competition car at the very top of the timesheet. So if anybody's interested in buying that car, get in touch with B. White, Speed Developments Ireland. He is happy to discuss prices and terms with you. No better man. So we're waiting for Senan to come live again, as I see some competitors bringing the trailers back into the paddock to load up their cars. It's different people have different lengths of drives home, so some of them don't stay until the last run. That's their decision. Obviously, when you pay your entry fee, you can choose yourself how many runs you take part in. But it's it can be tough for some people to get back home and back to work tomorrow. So we're waiting for Senan to come live to present us with the first half of Run 5 from Martinstown, Kilmallock in County Limerick. This is round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. We're waiting for some more live action from the hill, and hopefully soon now we'll be able to present you with the footage. I'll have a look whether I have anything else I can present you. So this again is a map of the course. Just in case you're interested, we might be able to provide you with maps the next time that actually show our locations, so that you can see from where exactly we're filming from. You can always get in touch with the hosting motor clubs as well. They usually have a post on their websites or Facebook pages, and you can get in touch with the secretary if you're interested in entering the event, or you can get in touch with the motor club in general to find out where would be a good place to spectate. We do have spectators in the sport, and it would be great to see more of you. You can also volunteer to become a marshal. They are a pivotal point of part of the day. Without them, the Hillclimb wouldn't be able to go ahead. Like Senan said, the competitors depend on them heavily to make sure that the course is clear, and we need marshals all the time. So if you're interested in becoming involved in the sport and marshalling, or volunteering or competing, as it may be, get in touch with the Hillclimb committee or the motor club that hosts the next event, and they will be happy to facilitate you. Motorsport Ireland as well, they have all the regulations that you need to fulfill to register your car. Usually the way it works is that you come to the to where the event is hosted, to the paddock on the Friday evening or early Saturday morning. Then there's a scrutineer who has a look at your car, makes sure it's safe, and confirm with the regulations for your class. And then you're good to go. You pay your entry either ahead of the event or as you get here to the secretary usually. And yeah, then you're ready to go up the hill and enjoy 1 or 2 days of motorsport on normal roads, which is the unique thing about this sport. Obviously, rallies do that as well, but this is a different kind of sport. As you're on your own in the car, there's no navigator unless you're in the junior class. You'll have someone sitting in with you, and hopefully there will be more competitors in that class this year. We're hoping for Leah Kane to make an appearance again. She has a Cinquecento as well. Her father, Alan Kane, was sitting in with her, but I believe she is now at the age that she can go out on her own. So, Leah, if you're watching, it'd be great to have you back at the Hills. You're a great competitor, and it would be a good addition to the Cento class 1B. So let's hope Senan will get set up soon. Just in case you're wondering what he's doing, what's taking him so long, he actually has a mobile unit to provide him with a sturdy internet any place near the hill. So he needs to find a spot where there's no tree coverage, and needs to set up the satellite antenna there, connected to the router, and then make the connection to his camera in order to send me the signal here in the studio. So we're waiting for him to do that and to give you more action as we wait for run 5 action. And hopefully soon he'll be able to go back online and present us or provide us with more footage. So also, just in case you're wondering, and I hope I pronounced this right, so it's the Staker Wallace GAA field that we're at. We have been given their premises, a great big hall for indoor sports. It looks like they do badminton here and basketball, and there's pool tables as well. Then I'm looking outside, I'm looking at their training pitches, and their proper pitch. And then there's a big, huge parking lot where we have set up our paddock. There's different setups people choose. Some sleep in their cars, some sleep in caravans or camper vans. Some go to B&Bs locally or hotels. Every time the hill climb is run, you can go and see whether there's B&Bs in the area, or you can get in touch with the club to let you know where you can stay. They'll also let you know whether it's a roadside paddock or another form of paddock like this one. And here we have more footage from Sennen from the hill. Enjoy. Thanks for watching.
Sorry about that. There we had trouble reconnecting there after relocating, and I've just had to manually input all of my settings. But we're back, and unfortunately we have missed, I have recorded, but I have missed some of the action from the first half of run 5. But and I see Sarah was doing a marathon job of filling in for me there, so thank you very much, Sarah. Sorry about that, and I never even let her know what was going on. But anyway, we are back. The bike marshal has actually just gone up, so we will have the second half and the finale of the weekend's racing, run 5 of the Limerick Hillclimb here near Kilmallock, round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Thanks for staying with us, and a really nice little fast section here. The cars are coming out of the those corners that we saw at the end of the day yesterday, and accelerating down towards us here, and short blast of speed up towards that 90 left where we were watching them just a little while ago, and they head off down towards that railway bridge we were filming from this morning. Yeah, we can hear the procession of cars for the second half of run 5 on their way down, and we'll see them filing past us here shortly.
Thanks, Sennen. I can provide you with the first times that of the first half of run 5 while you're waiting for the cars to come down. So Brian Kerwin recorded 108.94, Christopher Snow 109.63, Michael Tumulty 119.23, Patrick Milet 120.93, David Furlong 122.95, Joe Clifford 123.75, John Lowe 124.79, Robert Cummins 127.10, Willie Barrett 127.13, Kiva White 127.86, Ethan Mulcahy 128.85, Jack Mannion 130.38, and Ailish O'Loughlin 136.57. Another improvement there, Ailish, very well done. So hopefully we will have Ben O'Brien and Billy White come through the narrow gap there that you were filming from earlier, Sennen, and we might as well switch over to you to get the full sound of the single seaters going past as they go down the hill to the start line.
I think Sarah's enjoying this battle between Ben O'Brien and Billy White. We're really excited now to see how it works out. have Ben. Let's see, do we have Billy?
Yeah, I have reliable information here that Billy is not coming out again today, so he seems to be packing up. So that means that Ben O'Brien has done the fastest time today. Still, it'll be interesting to see them go through the tight little bit where you're at, Senan. So we're looking forward to seeing the last cars, and it's lovely to see and appreciate the work of the marshals. They've been standing in the ditch all day yesterday and today, definitely freezing, as has been confirmed to me from the championship photographer who was in the same boat. And thank you again to all the marshals who are facilitating the event going ahead. So here's the bike marshal now clearing the course. That's his thumbs up that everything's fine. And as soon as he's back at the start line, he's gonna get the show on the road for the second half of run one of round two of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Limerick Motor Club. Enjoy the last part of run five, and thank you again for tuning in.
Thank you very much, sir, for that information. Sorry not to see the battle continue, but that's a great result there for Ben O'Brien. I think it's his first win on the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. So let's hope he's going to finish the day in style. Might be a judgment call that with it starting to get cooler again, that the road isn't getting any faster. I'll wrap up straight away at the end of this run as soon as we see the motorbike marshal and Sarah will sign off with you all. So really enjoyed our weekend here in well, on the Limerick Motor Club Hillclimb near Kilmallock. We really enjoyed the facilities there in the Martinstown GAA. And here we go. Last half of the day. I'd say it's only about 5 or 10 minutes.
Is that all set?
Yeah. I think Ben has just taken a very sensible approach towards the championship since Billy didn't go down there for that run. He's cruising out. I think there was quite a lot of work getting that car ready for this weekend, and I'd say Ben is just being very aware the less time it runs, the better without an issue. So we'll just wait for Darrell Ramsey now, the bike marshal, to sweep the hill, and I'll wrap up then and over to Sarah, who will shortly have the final results for us. And so I'll sign off now from myself, Senan O'Connor, Vantage Point Video. Thanks for joining us on YouTube and Facebook this weekend with our now extended live coverage. Thank you very much to Sarah for anchoring all of this in the studio, and for the Limerick Motor Club, who supported us, borrowing their facilities over the weekend, and thanks to the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship Commission for supporting our growing of the coverage. And yeah, we look forward to the next rounds. I can just hear Darrell on his way. So again, thanks to all the marshals and everyone who made this event possible, and the residents, of course, who were inconvenienced over the weekend. I hope some of them have enjoyed the spectacle.
So yeah, thank you, Senan, for standing out in the cold for us and providing us with the brilliant footage all through the day and yesterday. That was the bike marshal going up the hill for probably one of the last times for himself anyway today, just clearing the route. And that means that we're at the end of round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. I'm checking the results sheet for you to make sure I give you the latest times. I believe that Ben took it easy in the last one indeed, but I can also understand that. But he was probably also glad to just be able to not have to drive the car under pressure and make the most of the closed roads and just go out to getting to know the car better. So we're waiting for the final results sheets, final results sheet with all the times of the day. I'm refreshing it once more. If you want to look back at the times of the day, and they will later on also be put down for each class so that you see who won the overall, the top 3 overall, who won each class, who was second, third in their own class. You can go to timing.irishhillclimb.com. It's been a long day. And there you can see both the results of this weekend as well as previous results of the last 2 years. So thanks also to the gang that look after providing us with the times over the weekends. It's a great asset to have. It makes it really interesting for us to refresh and then see the final times recorded for us. We're just waiting now for the overall completed recording of the times. And once I have that, I'll give you all the standings. So we had 43 competitors today. Yesterday, 41 entries. I'd say it was due to the weather yesterday, although today was a good dry day, although it was quite cold. So thanks again to the marshals, the officials, and everybody who made this event happen and stood out there in the elements to make the route safe and provide us with a great weekend's entertainment. We're looking forward to the next hill climb now. Like I said, we're going to be in Wexford in the not too distant future. I'll just get the dates for you there once more so that you can note that down in your calendar. We'll be back live with a stream similar to this one on the weekend of the 12th and 13th of April from Wexford. And you will find more information on the event on the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship Facebook page, as well as if you go and visit the page of the Wexford Motor Club. They are also very good. They have a lot of features online, if I remember correctly from the last time. It's a very well organized club as well, and we're looking forward to the event. Hopefully we'll have more of the battle that we saw today. Maybe other drivers will come out and join the battle. We saw Robert Dwan in the paddock today, so maybe he will think about coming out for a hill climb event again. Other drivers as well that haven't been here this weekend. Johnny Murray comes to mind, Leah Kane. We're looking forward to seeing you again for the next hill climb event. Hopefully we'll see you there. So we can't wait to go to Wexford and provide you with another weekend's entertainment. We're still waiting for the timesheet to refresh because I want to make sure that I give you the updated and final times of the day. So this was the round 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. And we have just seen the second half of round 5 from Martinstown, Kilmallock County, Limerick. I'm not really sure why we are not getting run 5 time for Ben O'Brien, because he did do the course. We saw him there, but I'm just going to go down the timesheet now, and because we know that run 4 was definitely his fastest time. So Ben O'Brien did the fastest time of the day. Congratulations to him. Like Senan said, it's the first time he's winning overall. So fair play to Ben. He's invested a lot in this by getting the car, getting himself and the car fit and ready for the event. And I'm sure Claire will be happy to have him back this evening, safe and sound. His fastest time of the weekend and the day was 1:04.97. So congratulations again, Ben O'Brien, on winning the event outright. Billy White then second in the Formula Renault Roger. Again, this car is for sale. If you want to get in touch with Billy, he's happy to give you all the details. But we saw yesterday and today that it's a car that can provide you with a lot of fun and competition on a hill climb like this, even against a Judd-engined Gould. So if you're interested in entering hill climbing or upgrading your vehicle, Billy White is the person to talk to. His best time of the weekend was 1:06.29, recorded in 3. Then we have Christopher Snow Jr. in his Honda Civic, 1:08.61. Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus, 1:08.62. Ed Sinnen then in the Ford Escort, 1:08.85. Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1:08.94. Paul Purtell in his Ford Escort, 1:09.39. Siobhan McCann then 8th in her Ray, 1:09.52. Johnny O'Connor in his Escort, 1:09.67. And Damien Walsh completing the top 10 in his SHP PJ20 Wildcat, 1:10.04. Declan Gannon, Ford Fiesta R5, 1:11.26. Rory Stevens in the Escort Mark 1, 1:11.63. Tommy Gardner, our championship sponsor, in his Honda Civic SIR, 1:12.21. Johnny Mahan then in the DJS ADS1, 1:12.84. Michael O'Connor, Mitsubishi Evo, 1:13.27. Sean Moran, Ford Escort, 1:13.36. Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper S, 1:13.85. Seamus Morris in his Darien GTR, 1:15.11. Shane Dillon in his Honda Civic, 1:15.21. Aidan Walsh in his Escort, 1:16.66. Lyons in the Mitsubishi Evo, 1:16.81. Enda Byrne in his Formula V, 1:16.97. He was thinking the marshals earlier, and we can only second that, as like I said, without them the event wouldn't go ahead. We always need marshals. So Ronan Clohessy then in his Civic, 1:17.28. Kieran Burke in his Mark II Escort, 1:80. Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI, 1:18.41. Ro Doherty then in the Opel Astra, 1:18.96. Seamus Anderson in the Ford Anglia, 1:19.26. Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo, 1:20.24. Chris No Senior in the Honda Civic, 1:21.14. David Furlong in the Mini Cooper, 1:21.99. He was double driving with his son Michael. Michael, congratulations for your junior event completed today. John Hackett in his Mini Marcos, 1:23.01. Joe Clifford, 1:23.68. Shane O'Connor in his Toyota Corolla, 1:24.07. Donald O'Sullivan, 1:24.11. Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet, 1:24.79. Thomas Lattery in his Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, 1:26.73. Robert Cummins in the Seicento, winning the Seicento class today, 1:27.10. Willie Barrett today in the Fiesta. Hopefully he'll get his car running for the next event, 1:27.13. Kiva White then in her Seicento, second in class, 1:27.86. Michael Furlong then in the Mini Cooper, 1:28.46. Hopefully we see you out again in the junior class at the next event. Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento, 1:28.85. Jack Mannion in his Toyota Starlet R5, 1:30.29. And Ailish O'Loughlin in her Ford Fiesta, 1:36.35. So that's the final ranking. I'll refresh again there to see, do we have a run 5 time for Ben? No, we don't. So maybe he took a shortcut home to his trailer. Hopefully he'll come here to collect his lovely trophy for the fastest time of the weekend and the overall win today. We thank you very much for watching on both Facebook and YouTube, on our channels Vantage Point Video and Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship, as well as the Limerick Motor Club Facebook pages. And this was round 1 and 2 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Limerick Motor Club from Martinstown near Kilmallock in County Limerick. We thank you very much for watching. We thank the officials for hosting a great event. Thanks to the marshals, and last but not least to the competitors for giving us a great weekend's entertainment. We thoroughly enjoyed the battles in the different classes. We're looking forward to bringing you more footage from the next event in Wexford. And I'm going to sign out now and wish you a lovely Sunday evening. Thanks a lot for tuning in.